Hi, welcome back to Enterprise Vibe Code. My name is Mike Lady. I'm a senior DevOps engineer with 11 years of industry experience, and I believe vibe coding with AI agents can change the world. My views are my own and do not necessarily represent my employer. I'm doing this live stream for all of my fellow senior and above engineers who are skeptical about the prospects of vibe coding in an enterprise setting. The landscape has evolved rapidly over the past 6 months, whether that be context window management, agent issue tracking, test-driven development, Git branch protection, or CI/CD strategies. The game has completely changed since I started using AI for coding in June 2025, and it's only December 2025. You may say vibe coding will never work, and I'll try to change your mind to it doesn't work for me yet. This project is my response to an internet filled with one-shotted toy apps and hype videos that skip the interesting middle debugging bits, where things get hard or uncertain, like real work. I want to be an example of a real developer doing real things out in the open, working on my own open source projects, and I want to demonstrate all of the tips, tricks, and techniques that make me successful at vibe coding in a structured, enterprisey way. 1 second, I feel like I have a frog in my throat. Okay, I'm back. Please feel free to play this on 2x speed to make things more exciting, because who doesn't like elite hacksaws frantically typing at a keyboard while talking about what they're doing. I know I talk slow and I'm not super, I'm thinking through this whole thing. So, please, play at 2x and just, enjoy. Please smash that like button and subscribe. It really helps with the algorithm. And this will help get more people, especially senior engineers, vibe coding sooner. Thank you for watching. Today I'm drinking Dutch Bros coffee, cold brew. And so I guess, the first part of this, let me just riff a little bit on some thoughts that I have around vibe coding, and then we'll get into making authentication for Roxas, the Roxas app that we're working on. I mean, how I'm thinking about vibe coding is just pretty straightforward. It's just we treat agents like teammates, period, full stop. Like we just need to treat agents like junior developers and give them guardrails and kind of let them loose. Like we hire interns, we hire junior developers, we mentor them. We don't just throw them out. We don't fire them for doing something wrong, right? Like I definitely mess things up as an intern, and I'm still an employed software developer for the last 11 years, right? You all this AI technology is the worst it's going to be, right? It's only going to get better. And it's useful given you have to scope down the project. You have to really focus on what you want to achieve, and you still have to use good software development principles. You have to basically have the agent only focus on one thing at a time. Just like a real software developer, right? Like you don't give them 10 different things to focus on, or give them the whole system to focus on, right? You give them one little piece, one little module, and they go and do that, right? They go and work on that, churn against that, make code, they figure it out, really get in deep with that, and they're just able to just make things happen. Hang on, let me try to fix this sound in my office here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're back. Like, I think my door creaks like ever so slightly, and since it's like super early in the morning, I don't know, just bugs the shit out of me. So, anyways, so vibe coding, AI agents, we just treat them like junior engineers. Like, we set up our systems in such a way that we don't even like we don't need to worry about them messing anything up, right? Ultimately, everything comes down to a code review. Like, everything turns into a PR, whether it be an agent, whether it be a junior developer, whether it be a senior developer, whether it be whoever. Like, we ultimately own the code. Like, that's kind of the point. And like, so the agents can't really screw up things too bad, right? I think the fear is out of a good sense of like being safe, right? People don't want to just do something that can risk their job or risk whatever, the safety, security of their company's code or customer data or anything like that. So they don't want to embrace agents for that reason. But at the same time, any changes that you make, you can't blame the agent for it. Just like you can't blame in good company culture, you can't just blame a developer for making a mistake, right? One person shouldn't be able to take down an entire enterprise, right? That's kind of how, going back to what is enterprise vibe code, we're still doing all the same software development lifecycle processes like CI/CD, like pipelines, monitoring, logging, all that stuff, like all the guardrails, like branch protections, tests, all the stuff that you do for making sure your software development team is working well together. That's all the same thing with vibe coding with agents, right? Like, you don't do anything different. And I think people don't really understand that this is like almost a drop, not a drop-in replacement, because like we're still going to have humans in the loop, but the quality is guaranteed to be there. The quality of the code is the quality of the system that allows the code, if that makes sense, right? People are so concerned about, a human isn't going to be writing every single line and understanding every single line. Well, does any human understand every single line of every single code base that your company owns, right? There's no one human that does that. So everybody kind of owns certain pieces of the code and knows how they work. And guess what? Like, once that code is committed and the developer doesn't look at it for 6 months, he doesn't own it either, or he or she doesn't own it either, right? They forget how something works, and the code just works, continues to work, hopefully continues to work. But then when something breaks, that's a result of the process, right? That's not the result of any one individual's fault. It's a systemic issue. So if we look at vibe coding with AI agents as a systems problem rather than an individual, like, risking their career type of problem, right? People are so very individualized. People are concerned about their career, which, rightly so. Times are harder out there, and we need to, provide for our families and things like that. But people are risk averse to changing kind of the fundamentals of what they do for work, right? And I think if we just kind of introduce these concepts as, hey, this is just what you do for your job. It's just now instead of a junior developer that you're mentoring an agent. you're kind of guiding an agent towards the solution to a problem. And that's a different skill set than individually slinging lines of code. Some people have different levels of patience for that. And it's a different skill set and a different, like, do you like to do that? I think people enjoy slinging individual lines of code, and that there's nothing wrong with that. It's a puzzle, right? You're typing or you're copy pasting and you're like locking all these lines together. You're putting together like Lego bricks, and it eventually builds up to a big, like, beautiful, potentially complex structure. Hopefully not complex, but like it's simple in, like, when you zoom in, because everything kind of comes down to just a handful of like things with code. But then all that kind of builds up into this like bigger and bigger structure that you may understand the whole thing, but eventually it gets so big that nobody understands and how the entire thing works, right? So I get that it's fun to code. It's fun to like type in the words and like have there's little like feedback cycles of like dopamine hits of like, hey, the words change color when you use a keyword, right? And you kind of like have a, I don't know, like it's a like it's reinforcing. So anyways, like whatever, you're changing something in the screen, the terminal, like you feel like elite hacksaw, like you feel like you're really doing something here, right? So yeah, so I feel like managers, I'm basically going to be repeating the same talking points every single time. Like I don't have too many of these things. I don't have too many talking points. I just have some fundamental things that I'm probably going to say a little bit differently each time, and you guys are going to have to deal with it. So I'm kind of like trying to clip farm here and say some like kind of spicy things and rant a little bit, and hopefully turns out usable, right? So managers have been vibe coding this whole time. Managers, if they're doing their job right, probably don't look at the code. Like, why do they look at the code? They're the ones trying to manage the developers. Like they should be concerned about how different pieces fit together and like figuring out what upper management wants and responding to their individual developers' needs. And they don't have time to be like coding, to be in the code, actually doing the things. Like that's their primary job is delegating, like kind of filtering what the requirements are from upper management and customers and whoever else, product managers, filtering all those things and kind of condensing it down into like work, like what the team needs to do. And they're the leader of the team. It's not the manager isn't the best developer. Like these are two completely different skill sets. And I see this parallel in jiu-jitsu. It's like the instructor is not the best competitor, right? Like the best competitor isn't necessarily the best instructor. Like these are different skills that you can develop in parallel over time, but people generally don't develop them unless they're in that role. And when people start to vibe code, they're suddenly thrust into a management role where they're not entirely they're not responsible for the code. They're responsible for the code, but they're not directly typing the code, and that gives people a sense of unease. And maybe the agent doesn't give them the code that they want right away. Like it doesn't have a like they could do it so much easier, right? Like they're whatever god tier senior principal staff whatever architect mega engineer big galaxy brain engineer, right? They have whatever super high level title, they love coding, this is all they do, they can do it way faster given their current skill set, right? Given all their knowledge and principles that they know, concepts, and like they're so good at this typing coding thing that changing is going to set them back, right? It's going to set them back to a lower level of performance that they're not used to. And just like you're learning a new programming language, right? Like this programming language is more like management programming. Like it's a different paradigm. Like we're guiding the thing. This is a constraints led programming. It's not any language that you've ever used before. It's unlike any other language you've used before. There are no keywords. There are no, like, unless you're using like Claude and you say ultra think and that lights up differently, but like there is no real like immediate feedback of like, oh yeah, I got this keyword right, or there isn't structure, there isn't inherent structure to it. And maybe that's the concerning thing, is that it's outside of what there isn't like a straightforward puzzle. Like it's more unbounded. It's an unbounded problem, and you have to kind of corral it in very vague ways. Like I use like my hands to kind of say, hey, we need to point this agent in a direction, and all I can do is make these hand gestures to kind of say we're constraining the solution. We're pushing the agent in whatever multi-dimensional ways towards a solution, and we have to kind of cut it off a little bit here, and push it. Like we have to know the different failure modes, prevent them. I mean, this is all coming from like Gene Kim and Steve Yagi. It's all coming from the vibe coding book. We have to prevent, detect, and remediate, or something like that. That's their framework for knowing the failure options and the failure modes, and preventing the agent from doing that, right? So, anyways, I think that's enough ranting for today. Let's actually get into some coding. So we're here. Let's see. I got my OBS here. All right, so this is where we left off. So we're on this Roxas project, and one second. So maybe I need to change this just to make it more code as content get, or content as code. turn git commits into social media posts. Well, it'll, yeah. Okay. There we go. Cool. So the idea with this project is where we just want to, let me pull this down here. There. Yeah. I'm just getting my window set up here. Okay. Cool. Basically, with Roxas, we want to take open source projects and be like a middle layer. And whatever commits happen in a repo or on whatever, on every merge to main or every release, whatever cadence that is, we send that information to Roxas. Roxas takes that the git commit, the git diff, and then throws it into OpenAI, and ChatGPT comes back with a post, creates an image related to that post, and then posts it to, say, LinkedIn. That's kind of like the flow. So right now I initially had a prototype of like how that, like those APIs all kind of work together, but now we're making like a full-on app with a lot of guardrails around this. So it deploys, it's got PR builds, it's got deployments on main. I'm going the whole 9 yards with this. It has like different GitHub workflows, things like that. Okay, so we merged a pull request, and with the agents that we used, it had some follow-up work to do. So and this is some of that follow-up work. This is a follow-up from the PR we just merged, required work, create database back implementations of, so it was like, hey, make these database things. I was like, okay, cool, sure. So yeah, let's just do it. So we're using Claude here. And that was like a session from yesterday, or yesterday. And we're just gonna, just let it run. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was also kind of messing with Gemini here. Oh wait, you can't see. Wait, can you see? Okay, yeah, you can see within the same window. Okay, cool. You can see these different tabs. Full context. Yeah, but I also have a MCP. Claude MCP. Yeah, Augie. So I may need to tell it to use Augie, because like it did all this stuff, and technically Augie should like be the one to like where it should get all this data from. This Augie MCP should read, it should look up in the index how certain things work, how all these different this different code works. So we're making changes here. Oh wait, no. Now we're making changes, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so that, let me see. Does this work here? Do you see that? Yeah. So this is my agents.md down here. So I like to use Claude to modify my agents.md. I use my read and apply agents.imd to my agents.imd. So right now we're since this is running, I'm just going to let it cook here, and then I'm going to kind of fire up this other process. This is the fun part of, oh, actually, let me make this a little bit bigger. Sorry, let me readjust. 175. 1, 7. Okay. Cool. And you can see that. All right, cool. Oh, okay. So this got completed. PR. We made a PR. Wired database source web router. I don't know what's going on. That sounds important. Actually, let me read the description just to like. Creates database-backed implementations, user store repository, commit listener, report listener, DB pool. All right. So let me use Codex to. Oh, let me let my cat out really quick. All right, so let me use Codex and apply the agents, and then it's gonna, I'll tell it to review PR and comment. Actually, yeah. Okay, read it, and then agents. So it's going to read the PR and add its feedback to the PR. All right. I'm just over down here. Okay. Just upgraded beats. Okay, cool. So, oh, it needs to ask again. Cool. So I want agents, I want the agent to use Augie, the Augie MCP. Let me flip this, transform, flip, horizontal. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. So see how Codex is going through and like kind of looking at the beads, looking at what the description of comments and kind of analyzing how the code fits that. So then let's add to agents.imd, hey, use Augie MCP, Augie MCP. I'll ask it, when should we use Augie MCP? Because the tool name matters, and for MCP servers we have to say, okay, here we go. Here's when to use Augie MCP code-based retrieval tool for a semantic code search when you don't know which files contain the information you need. Understand code-based structure. when not to use it. Find all reference, find all matched by pattern. Okay, grep, read. Specific value right now. Okay, gotcha. Key rule from the tool. I always call. Gotcha. Should we add anything to our agents .md to help agents use Augie MCP? In theory, like, the agent should, like, just know to use it when it's. I think it would be valuable to add a rule about Augie MCP because it's a powerful tool. Agents might know how to prioritize. So to use it as a primary for code search, but the context isn't agents.md. Avoids agents waste tokens with grep find when semantic search is better. Proposed addition. The rules. Primary tool for code understanding. It's always available. It's an MCP that needs to be configured. It's only available in some environments. This could confuse agents. Yeah, so that it brings up a good point where the Augie MCP server, I don't have it installed in like Codex, right? I probably should. Well, actually would be good. So yeah, it's just depends. It really depends on the environment. And let's create the rule, but keep a branch so I can test it out locally. So we can test this out with our next kind of with our authentication stuff. Because I do want, like, the code base is growing and we need to, like, figure out what how things work, and I don't know. I think I would like it to use this thing if it's good. Sure, yes. Like, for example, Codex is like kind of doing a bunch of code review stuff here, and I'm just curious if that search would work or not. And yeah, I don't know. I'm like, another, I guess, a hot take. People like to kind of theory craft all these different, like, oh, be the best code review agent in the world and understand how everything works. And like, people, I don't know, they prompt, like, this is a pattern, and I'm not sure if it's, I don't know, people swear by it. And this is the thing with, like, AI, like these LLMs, is that, I guess, prompting, at least for, like, writing tasks, that may help. Just, like, imagine if you're the best marketer in the world and, like, Or imagine you're Alex Hormozy and you have to write in Alex's Hormozy style or whatever, right? I get that. Like, you would want to emulate a particular person and there's like specific information around that. But how different is that if you're saying, oh, you're just the best marketer in the world? Like, if you're framing it as like this role, like a role-based agent, versus, hey, make some marketing copy, right? Like, what verb? Like, if you just use a verb to say, hey, we're writing ad copy, versus framing it as like you're the world's greatest marketing agent. I don't know. I feel like Claude Code probably has certain things already saying, oh, you're the world's best coding agent. And we probably don't need to prompt it much more than that. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like my camera is a little, oh, I guess I'm centered in there. Anyways, okay, so this is, it adds Augie MCP, and then we're currently cd dev agents. We're on agents IF5. Okay, so we'll try it out to like explicitly tell, hey, use Augie if you can. Codex still working on the code review, which is freaking awesome. Like, it's kind of deeply testing things. It's like running the test itself. Oh, failed in sandbox. Analyzing potential database connection issues and PR comment strategy. Okay. Okay. So Codex still working. Hasn't done anything yet. Hasn't like made any comments yet. I don't want to run like the code reviews in parallel, because I want the code reviews to be additive, right? Even though it would be like both could run at the same time, like Claude and Codex could run at the same time. I do want like the feedback from one and then have the other one think about it and like, oh, does that make sense or whatever, right? Like as if they were a real software development team. Okay, so we're looking at PR preview. Okay, so it's going to look at trying to follow it. Need to post inline review comment. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Post inline comment. Once auth depends on real stores, falling back to a whenever depot and silence boy. Yeah, so this is all like this is all nerd shit, right? And we've got a team of nerds that care about these things, and I don't particularly I don't know. They can argue about these in GitHub comments. So we are, I think it posted other comments too, like a low, medium. Okay, findings. By still falling back to a misconfigured DB secret migration failure, start failing fast, health error. Internal web return compiling. Coupling persistence to the UI layer. Hard to reuse the store. Or import database inside web without an import cycle. This is all like, who knows? I don't really understand what's going on. Again, this is vibe coding, like, but it's giving its reasoning here, right? And we're getting multiple opinions. We're getting a second and third opinion from these agents. So, okay, cool. Let's basically give that same prompt. Please ultra thing, review the current PR, use code comments, and relate B description comments. So we're telling Claude to kind of like review, like do your own review with kind of like what Codex says, and then like leave comments for yourself. So this is the additive thing that I was saying, is like, I want the result. I want to be like in serial. I think it's helpful for these agents to kind of work based off each other's feedback. And then let's see if we can even like, I think the other day we couldn't get Gemini going. Brew, upgrade, Gemini, CLI. Oh, okay, gotcha. Link overwrite. There we go. Yeah, I think this was the issue. Gemini. Okay, cool. About. All right, yeah. Cool. All right. It says good. Codex CLI less valid. Let me add comments that provide different insights. So, and it's checking the existing PR comments and then add my review. Nice. Yeah, we'll use Gemini because I have a license for it. Okay. Comments posted. No need to test. Just it left itself a positive comment. Good design. Okay. Sure. Oh, it left a response. Let's see. Does it leave it in a thread? So, okay, the current is a graceful degradation. Can still looks at fails observability can. Interesting. So it without failing the entire. Interesting. So it's like responded to it and is like, oh, this may be like an interesting like middle ground for this thing. Okay. 'Cause, 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 Sorry. This creates for MVP. This is pragmatic. It avoids boilerplate DTO map and probably later. Fix straightforward move dashboard commit to internal models. Track is tech if needed. Okay, cool. So yeah, Claude is responding to the comments. So this is like, again, very normal software development behavior is that this is Claude responding to Codex CLI. It's saying, hey, your concerns, I hear your concerns, but for this particular scope, for this particular project, we don't need to do it in the best way or this whatever best practice way, because we just want to get this thing working. Positive. It's patting its own back here. It's funny. No unit tests. Okay, so now that we had basically 2 reviews, and all right, only 8% session used. I have a feeling that we're gonna use a bunch today because it's the weekend and we can do this all day. Well, at least as long as my phone battery lasts. I probably should have the charger here, huh? Okay, we'll okay, let me use let's tell it to ultra think and review. It'll now just read the PR code comments and address them. And if the things are if the comments are important enough, we can track it in beads and kind of remember it for later. Let me actually just get my phone charger. All right, cool. So now the limiting factor isn't the phone juice. It's just okay. Cool. Oh, we have a visitor. Hey, Goosey. This is my cat. I don't know if you can see him. Say something, Goosey. This is my cat, Goosey, or Goose. We named our cats Maverick and Goose after Top Gun. I just need some attention. Okay, so it looks like PR code review. Comment. Okay, so I had a warning log Okay, so they actually addressed the comments, and then added compile time interface checks all 4 stores. Cool. And then tech debt tracked. Changes made. Cool. Great. So if I were to be like super rigorous about this, I would have Codex go back and like review. Like you can see how this can like not spiral out of control, but yeah, it can be rigorous. I can have Codex now review the changes that Claude Code made. And they can kind of go back and forth. And maybe one of these days I'll like automate this whole process of like, all right, just like agree on like go. Maybe I have some kind of like orchestration layer, and that is what I'm trying to do with like Buckshot here. Is like that is like a project. So okay, moving back. Stepping back for a second here. So I've got 3 different terminal windows open here, working on 3 different projects. One is the main project, and then these 2 other ones are kind of like tools to improve the tools. So the exciting thing about AI coding is that you're not only working on the main thing itself, but you can also work on tools that improve the tools. And this is a huge, like super important, like change, is that instead of just doing one thing at a time, you can do multiple things at a time. And those multiple things can improve the process for the main thing. So this is the exponential increase, the whatever. If you believe like Ray Kurzweil or whatever, there's like a singularity point or whatever. There's an exponential takeoff. So if you think about it, you're making a tool. You're making whatever application, whatever is your main thing, and then there's also tools around your agent that you can improve to improve your agent to improve your application, right? So like you're sharpening the axe while the axe is cutting. It's like you can like make the car faster while it is still driving and doing work for you, right? This is the super exciting thing about AI agentic programming, vibe coding. So anyways, I'll just call this good here. I don't want to, this is not the main thing I want to do today. This is like, whatever. We went through one round of comments and it found some stuff and we addressed it. So let's just say merge. And then it'll merge the PR. And then it'll eventually deploy. So cool. All right. So now, since we're at like 43% and we want to do something, a new task, let's say land the plane. So landing the plane is just kind of like a cleanup task where we just kind of get everything ready for the next agent to spin up. Key changes, tracked, 10 items, feature stores. And I forgot about giving me a prompt. It's fine. I don't really, and maybe I don't want one anyway. So let's do Claude. Let's do read and apply agents. So now it's going to look at the new agents .md with that mentions Augie, about using code search with Augie MCP. And then I think there's some weird stuff with beads. So yeah, primary code search tool. Cool. Great. What authentication issues do we have? Cool. So found authentication issues. And one open authentication issue, full flow integration test. Dependencies all resolved. Only remaining auth work items unblocked, ready to start. Okay. Look for a submission with cookie. How is this going to be tested? Can you show me in the browser as it is testing? And hopefully it uses something like Playwright or something. Oh, here it is. It's using Augie MCP. Nice. To codebase retrieval. How are you? And here, like, oh, this is very interesting. How are UI web tests implemented? What testing firms used for web HTTP tests? Look for integration tests. So this is, yeah, the semantic search. Cool. Great. So now, again, like, now we want to enable this in our Claude settings. So we can say, let's just do cd Claude, please allow all Augie MCP calls. Okay. Current testing approach, use Go HTTP test package in process with launch a real browser. Okay. Browser will test manually. Okay, gotcha. Let's create a bead for, let's do one first and then create a bead for two. Oh wait, sorry. That's the weird thing of, like, I guess I misunderstood. Like, let's continue with current approach. Go package approach, and then please create a bead for using browser automation. Let me create the bead browser automation as a follow task. Okay, cool. All yes, allow Augie. Yes. Allow all Augie MCP things. Yes. So we're using Claude to modify Claude's permissions. Okay, over here. Yes. Allow all ads. Yes. Here, web UI integration tests. Right, full flow. So it's, yeah, testing like these endpoints. Cool. Yes. Let's go 40% used context. So hopefully, yeah, it'll step through these things. And then over here, it added Augie MCP to allowed permissions. So hopefully if it calls Augie in the future, like it just automatically does it. So yeah, we can understand test patterns, right? Full integration test. So yeah, there's different levels to the testing. So there's unit tests, which are small, fast, cheap. Integration tests require more components and kind of test the literal integration points between different components. And then what I asked for as a follow-up is like you run a full browser test, which is like showing in Chrome how it's actually working in the browser. Yes, let's make all edits. So it made this test web router. These are all Go tests. The reason why I like Go and like statically typed languages is that it kind of allows the agent to know exactly what the types are of everything, versus like other dynamically typed languages. It's like inferred, and you have to. It's just an extra step for it to figure out what the what things are. There's a pre-existing failure. Checks whether it changes. Valid. Oh, okay, yeah. Pre-existing. Oh, just all pass. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. It pushed it. Made a PR. So made this PR here. Web UI integration tests, covering all 9 steps. Dashboard shows empty state, similar way I create and commit. Shows commit, cookie cleared, react to login. Cool. I mean, this is all like at the authentication, like at the API level. So this is cool. This is good. It's just adding this test and making sure all this works. Okay, so same process as before. Let's I guess let's keep let's try adding to this codex context. Now that it already has some of this authentication stuff in the context, let's see what kind of reviews it leaves, what kind of comments it leaves on this review. Okay. And don't ask again. Oh, interesting. 88% context left, but 32% context used. There's different senses of context, maybe? I don't know. That's interesting. I wonder what the real one is. But anyways. Okay, cool. So we're... closely at the comments about not using HTTP test servers required, so direct server that miss real HTTP stack behavior cookie persistence, so highlight media server. So yeah, it's showing its thought process around this. So again, did I have to say, hey, be the best web developer ever, the best backend developer ever? No, like it already knows how to do this. So I don't know. I'm kind of anti-roll in that it just kind of, I think agents have limited context as it is. Trying to further, I don't know, add how, like the different roles. I don't know. It just feels like all that information is already in their model, right? So it's going to call upon whatever relevant information it is at the time as it needs it. So I'm telling it, hey, review this, compare what it's doing versus the beads, the issues, and figure it out. Like, that's too, like, I'm keeping it general because the task changes all the time. Like, it's going to change. Right now we're doing back end stuff, but then eventually we're going to do front end stuff. So I just want to be able to keep the same command over time. And I feel like whatever web or front end or whatever the context is, it'll figure it out. I don't think I need to frame it as like, be the best backend developer ever. I don't know. That's just my opinion. That's just my hot take. Clip it. We don't need to. We don't need to just whatever hype up our agents unnecessarily. Okay. So I made the review. This is a medium. B comments called out spinning up client, so we exercise the same. Production uses test drives handlers directly issue test you, so we still buy to miss regressions. How could you rate? False link, could we wrap router? So yeah, this is all details that I have no idea. So then let's do the same thing. Ultra thin current OPR, review its code, comments. So like, again, like Codex commented this. This is gonna look at the comments, read the comments. Augment agent. Who says that? J2BX. Huh. Oh, maybe it got that from this augment agent from my agents.imd now. Oh no, this is the plan from the, okay, yeah. I used augment to like, I think I had like, I don't know, several different agents go over the comments on the plan, the beads comments. So I think that's where that one was from. Okay, left a comment. PR view. From beads comments were not addressed. Okay, nice, cool. So yeah, again, we're comparing. I asked it to compare. Let's see. Please review its code, comments, and relay beads descriptions and comments. So it looks at the code, looks at the comments, and then also looks at the beads and looks at the comments. So it's comparing what these gaps are acceptable for core beat requirements, but could be added as follow-up improvements. This would, since courage, but would be more robust. Okay, all right. So now let's say address the PR comments in this PR, or take them, add them to beads for later, to handle them later. Within the current scope of the PR. So that's kind of a key framing here is like, all right, is this important now or can this wait? And if it's if they need to be fixed later in a future video, please create the issue or comment on existing relevant issue. Oh, another thing I could do here. Please show that you addressed all comments by resolving the conversation. So I added a piece to this thing here. I'll add this to like my main prompt, but please show that you address all comments by resolving conversation on GitHub. So I think this is going to be super important for like kind of making sure that it addresses all the comments, and I can visually inspect, okay, it addressed that comment, because it'll go and resolve all the ones that it addressed. And I can be like, hey, do you want to address that one? and like kind of double check it. So everything around agents is like, you want to be able to double check things to the extent that you can. So it's doing added auth edge case tests, companion tests for edge cases recommended by bead comment. So yeah, I guess the only negative thing about using binaries, the only negative thing about using binaries is that sometimes they mess up using them. Okay, changes made, refactored, both agents requested. So good, nice. So it made the change that multiple agents requested, which is good. Like it values kind of like the opinion of others. It didn't just charge on and say, oh, I'm right and I'm going to continue. It's like, no, like this was a real request that these agents had to fix this. Add documentation. Oh, I don't like documentation. So documentation is good for humans, not necessarily good for agents, because Okay. All right. If it's inline, all right, fine. I'm okay with that. If it's inline. Defer to newbie. Okay. So, okay. So I added comments to kind of explain how all this works. All right. I'm fine with that. Okay. Addressed each comment by resolving it. Each conversation. Please ensure that you addressed each comment by resolving each conversation. Go. And let's see if it like thinks through this and like kind of double checks. So it gets a comment. Thread IDs, okay. So it's just going through. All right, I resolved all these. Okay. And then it says like, all right, these are all resolved. Okay, cool. Sweet. All right, all conversations now resolved. All right, so let's merge. And then we can see that our previous deploy, so that's PR deployed to dev, and then we had deployed to production. Our previous PR that we worked on, that deployed successfully. So that's good. Okay, land the plane. So now, because we're at 45% used, and we're gonna start on a new task here. So, oh, there we go. Nice. So try to update beats after sessions, try to push it directly in main. We don't want to do that. So that's fine. Cool. Recommend a next prompt. Yeah. Route branch is stash cleared. The next feature PR. Okay, cool. So that's merged. Cool. So add browser-based end-to-end tests with Playwright ROD. Research existing tests inside browser automation tool. ROD pure Go. Okay, cool. Golang. Stay in Golang. Cool. Create a browser file. LS invisible modes. Go test framework. Go tests. Okay. Cool. Yep. Sounds good. So the plan, like, this is all like it's plan-driven development. the it okay. Oh, nice. It's using Augy to code-based retrieval existing web, and it's kind of getting all these things. Control E. Yeah. So okay, nice. So it returned all these tests. Augy returned all these tests that, yeah, code-based retrieval. Cool. Nice. So it didn't have to like grep around for things. So it's working. It's adding this rod Golang thing. Have all the info I need. Let me create that browser end-to-end test. Okay, just, yeah, allow all edits. It's correcting itself there. It's probably running headlessly right now. But eventually, I think next I want to do it for real, and we actually get to see what's going on, how this works. Let's see what it's, if we can do anything. Watch it. No. It's got a 3-minute timeout. Okay, so it's running. Okay. And I see tokens are being sent. So we're just waiting. So yeah, this is where people like do parallel work, where it's like, oh, I'm going to work on multiple issues and like kind of kick agents out, and but for like the purposes of, at least for now, I want to keep this whatever more or less single threaded, of just like, all right, I want to build the full flow first, and then we can add kind of different work in parallel. Okay. Oh, it downloaded Chromium. Okay, so that was why it took so long. Okay. Sign up forces sign up instead of redirecting. This could be a form error. Also fix the navigation. Okay, cool. So it's figuring things out. Yes. Browser visible. Okay. Oh, I need to add you guys to this. Duplicate Chrome. Yeah. Nice. Application capture. I guess I gotta be quick when it goes next time. Oh, there it is. Ooh. Chromium. Oh no, not Control Center Chromium. Ah. Oh shoot. And then, oh, this got all messed up. Oh no. Control Center, Google Chrome. All right, this is Google Chrome, Chromium. Did not prepare this ahead of time, obviously. Media source, not media source. Setting up OBS here. Add source, browser. Application, what was it? I don't know. I saw the thing flicker, and I probably need to figure out how I actually want to capture this thing. But I did see a browser pop up, and it did something. So that's good. Main test pass now. Let's run all the browser tests. So it's running all the browser tests. All right, this is test-driven development, folks. Like we're making sure the thing works in an automated fashion, and then this whole thing is gonna run each time on the CI/CD. So basically, we're creating things that will maintain our application quality over time. So we're creating them as we're creating the features. So as we like these features, as we add these things, it won't regress. It won't go down. Like the quality won't go down as we add new things. This is kind of test-driven development. This is enterprise-driven development. Oh, interesting. There's flaky paper. Step 4 sometimes fails. The issues I need to wait for the page to stabilize. Oh, interesting. Previous page. Huh. Okay. It's adding. So these are all like normal test type of things. And it's able to add these things itself. These are normal test problems, and it's able to add all the tests to be more reliable. This mode is faster, and there may be race conditions. Okay. So it's adding timeouts. Okay, it's fine. Basically, adding automated tests allows you to not have to test like the dull manual stuff all the time. You can just make a change and just rely, if your tests are reliable and you have good tests, you can just say, all right, if all the tests pass, then I must not have broken anything. Of course, you do want to like manually check and test things from time to time, but because there's of course going to be things that aren't covered by automated tests. But in general, this gives you much more confidence. Like automated tests, way more confidence in changing stuff, being able to refactor things, be able to add new functionality. This is all like enterprise level patterns. All right, I have to lock in here and like clip farm if there's different things here. So basically test-driven development is, all right, we're changing tests here. All right, so it's going through and making browser tests for our app right now. So this is going to help us not okay. So it's going through and making browser tests right now for our app, Roxas. And we want these tests because it's going to save us so much time in testing over the long run. So having automated tests get checked on every commit ensures that we don't have any regressions. The page shows login in the header, shows login into the URL, sign up with the product. Okay, so basically it's figuring out like we ran server in like integration tests, but now we're running browser tests, and it's finding issues with the app. So this is why all three levels of testing are important. We have unit tests, which are cheap and kind of like test the functionality at like a function level. But then now we previously only did integration tests as well, or unit and integration. Now we're adding like functional tests. So we're adding kind of end-to-end tests, like as if a user was going to use it type of tests. We want to add these so that the CI/CD pipeline always gets we always check all the functionality, every single commit. This prevents regressions, and we can change things with confidence, knowing that we're not going to break anything. Page must wait load, must element. Okay. Sure. Do all tests pass. Let me run it a few more times to make sure they're not flaky. Cool. So one thing with testing, with browser testing in particular, we want to make sure that the status doesn't change over time, that these tests actually are good tests and actually do what we intend for them to do. Okay, cool. And it also does like negative tests. It also says post login invalid credentials, and shows when it should show error, when it shouldn't show error. Too short of a password. Shows repository, shows commits. Cool. Awesome. Full test so you make sure nothing's broken. Awesome. All right, cool. So it's been working for like 13 minutes, which is kind of crazy. Like it's a junior engineer working for 13 minutes on my stuff. Like this is the power of like, I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to go and learn this ROD framework. This is the importance of agent-driven development, agent coding. This is the importance of vibe coding, is that it went and did all this stuff for 15 minutes and I didn't have to do anything. And I just had to kind of guide it along the way. And it figured out all these different issues. It hammered all these different issues out. It would have taken me hours. It would have taken me half a day to do all this stuff. Add browser automation tests using ROD, PureGo, visual verification, web UI. Cool, great. Let's see if I can just do a overall screen. Chrome. let me remove Chrome. That doesn't remove it from here. But then let me just add browser. Okay. Browser source. From the internet. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, never mind. Sorry, doing this live here. Yes. Let's do. Can I capture just the entire screen? macOS screen capture. Yes. Okay. All right, so it should be, yeah. Can you see my entire screen here? Oh, yeah, let's turn this off. Let's turn. Can you see the entire screen? Oh, because it's too small or whatever. Oh. Properties. Window capture. Application capture. Display capture. Okay. I think. What can you guys see here? We're doing it live. We're figuring it out. Okay, I'll try to do it. So how to run headless CI mode, visible browser, debugging. So if we run this, here we go. Yes, this is the visual tests. Nice. Cool. So yeah, this is the automated tests running visually in a browser. It spins up the browser, puts stuff in, shows stuff, and then kind of cancels it. So I'll run it one more time. I guess it only takes 23 seconds to run. And it'll show up here because, yeah. Oh, it's cached. Oh, okay. Go uncache test results. How do I do this? Yeah. Go clean test cache, expires all test results. You can't use non-cacheable flags on your task. Idiomatic. Oh. Count. Okay. So yeah, we're running these. This is the automated test that it made just now. This is the Roxas app. This is actually the first time I've seen it is with the login page and all this stuff. So yeah, this is the browser, how it works. Apparently we sign up and we log in, and then yeah, awesome. This is great. All right, let me start my screen switcher again. So now we've got the test. Now we want to review it, or we've got the PR, and now we want to review this PR, review PR and comment. Again, same workflow. We've gone through, like, this is our third PR today, I believe, maybe. Let's see. How many have we closed today? This was, oh, that was yesterday or the other day on December 6th. Yeah, today. This is, okay, this is our second one. Second one today. Sorry. But yeah, like, we just need to make things small enough such that that it's very PRable. Covers full auth flow, sign up, login, dashboard, log out, redirect. Cool. View this. And then after this, I'll ask it, hey, how do I like use it like in the production? Because I honestly haven't done this. I haven't done it. I've focused so much on making the dev workflow, the PR process, the CI/CD. I've been dialing that in, and I've been so focused on that, on this developer process, that I don't even know what my own app looks like in production. Just because I've been so focused on just getting the testing and the framework and all this stuff like dialed in. Now, once we have all these tests, we can start like really cooking, because the functionality is just going to be like only additive. We're not going to regress now that we have all this like testing functionality and CI/CD pipelines and all these guardrails. We've got all these different guardrails to keep these agents on track and moving towards our goal. So it's all right. So Codex is looking at Chromium, whether they rely on Rod's automatic launcher or explicit launcher.new calls. So there's a CI will verify. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's checking in CI, like what is it actually doing. And we can check ourselves in CI. That's actually a good thing. It's like test. We can look for if it run integration tests. We can look for browser. Oh, maybe we don't. Run unit tests. Browser. What do we call these tests? End-to-end test with rod. Browser E2E test go. All right, let's find this in the CI just to make sure, or on pull request. Migration tests. Test browser. Oh, well. Maybe we're not running it. Analyzing browser. Because yeah, we definitely do want to run these on CI, but maybe it's not running it because it's a new test and we need to tell it, hey, we want to run this on PRs. Oh, I need to add Augie MCP to Codex as well. Removing tests, browser flows, focus on unclosed browser processes. Watcher cleanup. Watcher states. Environment constraints. back review for now. Okay, cool. So notice how we spent like 15 minutes implementing, and then now it's spending like 5 minutes reviewing, at least 5 minutes. Maybe it'll go up to, I don't know, 7-10 minutes, because we're just kind of making sure that things work the way the agents at least want them to work, right? So again, let me like beat the dead horse here. Codex, I didn't tell it to be the best PR reviewer in the world, right? Like, I didn't theory craft some like, I didn't come up with a backstory of like, you're the best PR reviewer in the world. You can check for security issues and whatever, right? Like, I don't believe in role-based agents where you're like, you are the PR reviewer, you have ultra authority over whatever, right? Like, you're the architect, you can. I don't think that's real. Like, this got in the weeds and is making real suggestions, and I didn't have to do any of that. I just had to say, hey, here's the inputs and outputs, here's the things I want you to connect together. Like, take a look at the PR, take a look at the comments, take a look at the files, take a look at the beads, like the actual issue that take a look at the plan, take a look at the code, and then see if there's any difference between the plan and the code. Review. Draft a clear message. Please post this on the PR. So I didn't post on the PR. Like, I don't see it. Leave PR. GitHub PR cause. All right, yeah. I think, yeah, also it reviewing would probably be a lot quicker with the Augie MCP. Because it would be able to look up, all right, give me the whatever semantic search stuff. Little crime. All right, and then we'll have Claude review its own PR. And I also want to make sure it's added to the CI. So please ensure the browser test is added to the PR CI, PR and PR PVC workflow. Because it just, yeah, for me, like, I let's see, let's take a look at, again, I don't like look at the code at all in an ID or anything like that. Everything is eventually a PR. And I think that's like the power with these like terminal based applications is like, we just force, all right, what are the changes? And we just go through the same software development process. We don't have to treat it any differently as if it were any other developer's PR. Like we're going to be looking at reviewing their code anyway in the browser. We may as well do it the same way. Like it's rare that people pull down into their IDEs other people's changes, right? Like unless it's very involved and you have to like really try to understand how everything works, right? Or GitHub workflows, and then PR, main deploy prod, clean up dev, deploy dev, probably test. Go run unit tests, make integration tests. Okay, yeah, it may not even run the browser tests right now. Okay. Let's add it. Okay, there we go. Update CI workflow to include browser tests. Cool. So we'll add these tests every checkout code, set up Go, browser tests, cache fraud browser. All right, so we can see checks. Browser end-to-end test, nice. Oh, it's running it on, okay, on branch and PR. It's a little confusing. Browser end-to-end test. Okay, yeah, we can't. So it's it downloads the browser pretty quick, I think. Usable, update your sandbox. Please check. Let me see the environments, or maybe not environments, but the actions general. I had the Settings, billing, usage. Yeah, because all right, yeah, so it's Chromium GitHub Actions without proper sandbox. And okay, gotcha. So it knows what the issue is with why it failed on GitHub Actions, and then now it's running it and monitoring it. So I can take a look at like kind of like current included usage. All right, yeah, GitHub Actions, consume usage. Cool. So this runs on, basically runs the test twice, and I just want to run on pull request, I believe. Checks are passing now. Cool, great. Run test browser. Which ones do I need for branch protections? Browser end-to-end tests as another. As another check that's required. Cool, great. Please also, okay, yeah, passkey. So this is one more check that needs to ensure that we are doing things the right way. Ensure that we are not regressing. So it starts with authentication, but then now whatever other features that we add will add it to this test framework. Containerized environment. Okay. Please also only run the tests on PRs. Once when we test, do not run on branch on non-main branches. This is a minor thing because we're running the test on push and we're running tests on pull requests. So yeah, we're running on main branch pushes. We're on PRs targeting main. Yep, cool. On pushes or push feature branch saving CI resources. Cool. So it should run the checks one more time. Yes. But this time it will, only show one test. And this is in one deploy. Cool. Great. So then now, we didn't even address the PR comments. Hopefully it fixes it. It'll address them, and then it'll resolve the. So it's going to go through all these PR comments. It's going to go through all these PR comments and address them or otherwise close them. All right, let me address each comment. Panic rather than fatal. Hopefully, it's still good. Okay, cool. So it's addressing these comments and so it's going through here to pass T. What's T? Might be context for better failure messages, I think, maybe something like that. I'm not totally sure. B for error recovery. So yeah, it's taking that one comment and now it's like, hey, kick it out to use explicit error handling instead of must methods. Panic. Okay, cool. Nice. And now it's watching the CI to make sure it continues to work. So yeah, this is, context or context. Anyways, yeah. Okay, cool. Let's ask it to do one more thing. Make sure it like clicks these resolve conversations. Okay, all right. It didn't even, okay. So doing this, it saw, oh shoot, I missed these comments. So it went and addressed them. Good, cool. So this is all the boring like stuff, right? So vibe coding, I'm still vibe coding. I'm still just like, I don't understand how anything works. But I'm kind of enforcing these guardrails. I am like, we spent 15 minutes on implementation, but we've probably spent, I don't know, 30 minutes on reviews and like kind of massaging the code to make sure that it's good. So we can rapidly add features, but at the same time we want to make sure all these things work. Or now resolve. Check the CI status. Oh, did the CI status change? Oh, it's still deploying, I guess. No changes. Okay, cool. Actually, let me test the PR version here, because I think this PR, how can I manually test this? I'll ask it. Can I manually test this PR? PR deployed version of the app. Let me check to get the deployment details. So visit home. Oh. Home. Interesting. I'm getting and this is probably good, or like this is good that I'm like I tried to got so maybe the deployment's taking more time or something. So the browser end-to-end tests are only running locally on the CI. That's what we're getting here. And then now now we're gonna figure out, all right, yeah, let's figure out why it's not showing up in the browser, which is good. Which is like, now we're tying everything together here. This is kind of what I wanted to do is first we're hammering everything out in the PR level. And okay, yeah, now it's tailing AWS logs. So because I gave it access to AWS logs, and it's looking at code-based retrieval, it's using Augy, MCP. Let's see how much we've used Augy here. Not terrible. And we're all right, 40% through our session, and we're like 2 hours in. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it's compacting conversation. Okay. So we ran over the context window. So now it's doing work to compact the conversation. It's not going to be as good. Hopefully it still picks up that, hey, we're trying to debug this thing. I don't know. Basically, you can't can't be super picky about this, I guess. Lambda deployment issue. So VPC, so it's going through, looking at things in AWS. It's debugging AWS stuff. Knows VPC endpoints for secrets manager. Oh, okay. Private subnets. Not gateway. So black hole state. What's the networking that no longer exists? Like, nah, it's not gonna delete it. There's no working around it, so it can't reach. Okay. And the fucking that module, devnap, the route is black hole. So this is the amazing part, is that it's debugging all of my infrastructure, which is amazing. Like, it's not just code, but it's able to go through all of the AWS infrastructure and see, all right, these are all the things that we're doing, what's working, what's not working, and there are Terraform changes applying maybe on the scope issue with explicit approval. All right. So it's going to describe. Yes. Manually update. Oh. Old stack. Okay. Please make all changes in Terraform. Looks correct. Terra stays out of sync with AWS. Let me see what Terraform thinks. So this is where rubber meets the road. This is the enterprisey-ness of it, is that this is not a toy app. This is all like infrastructure as code, is debugging that. Wait, Terraform says no changes to. So it's, yeah, debugging in front of us what's going on. And I don't have to be an AWS expert. I don't have to be a Terraform expert. TDP is the same name as Cedar. This is left around infrastructure. Okay. Lambda is deployed to old VPC, not current Terraform state. Found the issue for old VPC and old subnets. New VPC, those parameters were updated. Okay. There are two VPCs and are pointing to the old one. Full Terraform apply. Total changes are. So. I would have preferred it to go through the PR, but I don't know. We'll try to figure this out here. So anyways, how I would prefer things. This is trying to get things working locally and using Terraform locally, but I'm also using Terraform like on the PR, like in these PR checks. We're doing deploy to dev environment. And yeah, I kind of gave my local agent admin permissions over my dev environment. So yeah, it's running Terraform locally. So then, but yeah, basically I wanted to fix it, but at the same time, like I want it to, I would have preferred it run through the PR process rather than applying this locally. Let's see. These are the Terraform changes. All right, so it's correct VPC, redeploy, pick up these new parameters. See. So it's watching this deployment. x deploy. All right, so it's modifying the Lambda function here. Cool. Because it changed some stuff in Terraform and yeah, so there's concept. Well, actually, yeah, it wouldn't. What I think it did was there was some leftover Terraform state from like previous iterations of the project, and it needed to be updated, or not Terraform state, leftover like infrastructure state, and there's kind of like two tiers of how to modify these things. So for PRs, I don't want to deploy everything all the time. There's things that like change a lot, and then there's other things that don't change a lot. So for Terraform, this thing that we just did, it is based on like VPCs and things that don't change a lot. So that's why I did it locally. And things that we don't want to like redeploy accidentally all the time. Like we want to be very careful about how we deploy those things. And then for these things that do change all the time, like lambdas, we change something outside of the state, and then, or not outside of the state, but like outside of like the dev environment state, or not dev environment state, but the kind of the PR flow. And then now it's picking up those changes, and it might take a couple minutes for it to kind of re-up here. All right. So this is what, see, one added, two changed, destroyed, API output here. So then it's checking out node. Okay. Via API, Terraform files and software modified. Okay, to AWS resources. Terraform managed VPC. Locally tested deployment. Still getting not found. All right, so it's still debugging. And gateway route. Change. Okay. Cool. So it's catch all for web UI. Since we haven't really tested this before, this doesn't surprise me that it doesn't work right away. Get post webhook. All right, web UI is not working. All right. Okay. It's getting something. Sign up. It's rendering something. Sorry, fixes. Okay. Workflow succeeded device. What? Exit code 1. 1 added. Oh, okay. All right, yeah. I don't know. Okay. Gateway only had it for post webhook, but not for web UI paths. Is this miss? Do we want this catch-all route? This is catch-all route a best practice. Route a best practice. All right, so it's looking at is a reasonable approach for this use case, but there are alternatives. Simple, as a router, path matching, can reject invalid paths early, all requested Lambda for route, explicit routes. Call at route level. Tell proxy pattern is method specific. Actually quite common because they're more feature rich. Okay. No, that's fine. Let's continue with this pattern. This pattern. I only see raw HTML from and not the full web page. Handling static files correctly. Okay, cool. So it's figuring out how to add the CSS. So I do want to, because now this is like a real live thing, I do want to add like a, so that's, yeah, like local browser end-to-end testing. And then now I want to make sure that end-to-end testing is working against the deployed PR. Please add test to PR app. Integration handles pass. Run a quick integration test locally. Test first, see if it passes. Lambda logs for is being received. Go to handler. I'll show the actual path of the home. CSS request is returning the home page. Likely that default route, meaning passing the full path correctly. So yeah, it's doing all these like it's doing some research now. Oh, v2 adapter. Okay, so there's something that it needs to do here. Again, I don't know anything. It's the expert, and it's figuring out without me having to know anything. So this whole process is like I've only had to use English to make this thing work, and it's almost working. It's not quite there yet, but it's debugging all this with just me talking to it in English. I haven't had to use any code. I haven't had to program anything, and it's figuring out how all this works and how all this works together. So it's monitoring deployment. So it's changing one thing, it's changing the Lambda. It's going to redeploy the Lambda. All right, it's monitoring it. It's going to test it. See, so Let me verify the whole page renders properly. Okay, cool. Now it does. Great. It has a whole like little landing page. Connect your repo, push code, generate posts. Nice. Sorry, fixes. Against the deploy PR app. Same browser. So, all right, let me get started. Let me use michaellegl.com. Don't freaking spam me. Registration not configured. Well, I guess let me just add the same browser as we do with local host. Okay, so yeah, there's like gonna be different layers of tests, but fill and submit sign up form. So I did that. Should redirect to login page. So I have a feeling it doesn't work. Like according to like this, like I can't even register. So yeah, hopefully the test susses that out. Browser deployed test. All right, cool. Yeah, so it fails. Not failing because it isn't working in the deployed Lambda. Okay, great. So we're really testing all the end-to-end stuff here. So yeah, I'm also giving it access to AWS so it figures out how all this stuff works. It can debug all this stuff without me knowing anything. Again, English is the programming language here. Do whatever you need to do. That's kind of what's happening with database connection. Database unavailable. So it's going through, figuring out JSON. Okay, cool. It figured it out without even me knowing anything what's going on. And it's a dumb string to int thing. And of course, like that's the power of statically typed languages. It's able to just pick that out right away. Cool. So yeah, again, this is all test-driven development. This is all like very, this is all very enterprisey. Like we've been going for 2.5 hours, and I'm not vibe coding. I'm not like showing you, oh, I did one-shot prompting and now my app is done in 15 minutes. It's like, no, this is like all the real shit that has to happen for us to actually have confidence in our app that we hopefully want, eventually we want to make money with, right? We need all these checks at every step of the process in order for us to have confidence in all these different code changes that we're making with agents. So, all right, it made a change. Add deployed browser, environment browser, and tests. So add these tests. I think it hopefully does, yeah, it does all the same steps. It's just, now it's pointed at the live environment. So again, this is the power of having a dev environment and a prod environment. So, I mean, my prod environment doesn't work yet at all, but now I'm trying things out, testing things in my dev environment, and you can see how this will eventually turn into like, all right, we're adding new features per, so like it's a dev environment per PR. So each app is per PR. So one PR could be adding a new feature, another PR could be adding a different feature, and we can both test them live without the like without modifying the prod, right? Like we can have our prod app continue to be up and running, serving our users, and then we can test on this like multiple dev environments, essentially one dev environment per PR. So it's deployed and it'll run these tests locally. And again, these like this feels slow because it is slow, and it feels like it sucks because it does suck. But this enables us, like we're registration not configured. Lambda is still using old code without the port fix. Lambda needs to perform a cold start, pick up no code, force a cold start. Okay. Oh, all right. Interesting. Forced cold start. Yeah, I have no idea what the deal is here, but yeah, if I were to say basically this agent has full control over my AWS account, my dev AWS account, and my prod one and whatever, right? But let's see, it's what are we doing here? Filter log. Okay, it's going through logs, and it's going through all this stuff for me. Now the port parsing is working. Can't connect the RDS database. Connections timing out. VPC networking issue. The RDS is in a different subnet or security. Let's figure out. So on one VPC, Lambda is on a different VPC. Can't connect. They're completely separate networks. The same old. RDS is still in the old VPC, but the Lambda is the new VPC when we have to. Two options. New VPC, of course, we're creating it. Oh, so again, this is like, no, we want to fix this. We don't want to skip these tests. Like this is important. We want to fix this right now. Completely separate networks. All new VPC issue. Already still an old VPC. Lambda moot. When do we have to do this? Back to the old VPC. It's not routing issues. New VPC, the RS, so all VPC, the RS stage needs to resolve the RE issue, migrate it or recreate it. This is beyond the scope of the current PR. So it's just trying to finish this PR. But let's this is not beyond the scope of the current PR because this is end-to-end test, and we want to want the result of this PR to be a working app end-to-end. Pick a VPC for Lambda and RDS to work with and stick with it. I would imagine the new VPC with the NAT gateway So, yeah, I'm kind of telling it, hey, stop. Like so this is a way agents, AI agents, vibe coding, this is a failure mode. This particular thing right here is a failure mode. So it's like, it identifies the problem, but then it's like, oh, I'm just going to ignore it and like skip the tests. Like, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Like, it's like, oh, I just want to wrap this PR up and just like, whatever, we'll address it later. But for me, I'm like, no, let's fix this right now, right when we have all this context, when we proper VPC, so everything works together in the new VPC with fuck that. Okay. So this, like, agents will do things where it will like kind of short circuit and kind of cheat. It will try to make things not work the way they're supposed to work. So that's why I interrupted it, and that's why you should always like still watch what your agents are doing. So we're at 54% usage. We're 2.5 hours in, and it resets in 2 hours. So let's see if we can get 100% here. Drift between Terraform setting AWS, Terraform plan, see what needs to change. Check full Terraform plan. So yeah, I did some fuckery, and because I allow it to do all this like AWS kind of manual command stuff, I think it like kind of automatically created certain things. No. Okay. So it's now it's using Terraform to update all these kind of more permanent spots, these more permanent things. So hopefully once everything's on Terraform, none of these kind of AWS CLI tool created things will be there anymore. And everything will be in Terraform, and it can just reference everything from Terraform. Yep. Oh, and yeah, RDS takes a long time. So RDS, like, I think it's, we'll update the RDS to use new subnet and new VPC limit applies. Okay. AWS console. Let's do RDS has been moved to the new VPC. Okay, so it didn't have to like okay, it has to reboot DB instance. Okay, sure. So it may take a little bit. Yes. RDS. RDS instances. All right, this is the one that we're rebooting here. Cool. Okay, cool. All right, it's available. Update both the secure group and subnet group together. This is not the authors. Okay, so it's figuring out all this stuff. But yeah, for all you maybe not as technical people are stuck because security is something happen together. We try both at once with apply immediately to admin RDS modify. Is this still Terraform? Like, don't we want to track the changes with Terraform? No. You're right to catch that. I should stick with Terraform for infrastructure changes. All right, let me use. All right, so yeah, it's so focused on like trying to fix this that it forgets that it should be using Terraform. Stuck. Apply immediately setting. Okay. All right, so it's applying this change with Terraform. Cool. All right, never mind. I was just thinking, since I'm live streaming my entire AWS account to the internet, I don't want you guys fucking hacking me, so, and like making me pay a shit ton of money at AWS. So my next step is to set up like billing guardrails and kind of show that process live as well. Again, this is the full cycle. Like, I'm showing you my infrastructure. I'm showing you all these different things. My main concern is not spending a shit ton of money and getting hacked. Like, I've got plenty of security set up for that, but the other part is like getting DDoSed and like getting a bunch of usage run up or something, right? Something dumb like that. So next I will set up billing, preventing billing spikes. This is waiting to apply the Terraform because it's slow because it's RDS. we can check it here. Status moving to VPC. Status moving to VPC. Okay. Adding, okay. It's figuring out these security groups. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's removing one and adding it to another. So hopefully the goal, again, reminding myself and everyone else of the goal here is what the current end-to-end tests work locally because it assumes everything is local and kind of spikes out everything with local components. But now what we're doing is like, hey, let's make this run actually run on the web on AWS. And now it's not working. So push like this kind of incremental test-driven development where it's like, all right, it works locally, great. Tried it out on the web, not working. All right, cool. Now there's an actual like full process that we can work on. It's like authentication. All right, that's our like first thing that we need for storing data is like we need users. We need to be able to store a user. Like we need to be able to refer to a user, their username, password, and their like account with us. That's what we need to store in a database. Okay, cool. Now we need to fix the database to be able to actually be used by the Lambda. Yeah. So okay, it's still modifying. Terraform apply completed. Cool. Verify the RDS now incorrect VPC. Now incorrect VPC. Correct commit Terraform change. Trigger new Lambda deployment. Test the end flow. Terraform share. Oh, I think it got mixed up where it was in the CD. Cool. So we're running these tests. I'm just taking a look at the PR again. We're going to run the browser end-to-end tests. We're using v2 adapter. I guess that was important. This is the server main tests. Command server. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so we updated this, so then we updated the main test. All right, that's cool. Secrets, something about, okay, yeah, we needed to change like the port type or something there. So then we updated the tests. Cool. Browser deploy test. So yeah, this browser deploy test is going to be super key moving forward to like verify that everything works, that we're super dialed in. I need to get rid of test skipping logic for all deployed internet to pass test scaling logic for browser deployed test. So notice how I'm not turning my brain off. Like I'm still thinking through how everything works. I just don't need to know the details of all this. I just know that, hey, skipping tests is not good, right? Like I still have to know something about software development. Yeah, so it's going through and deleting this stuff. Verify, test still passing commit. Cool. Now fail property. So done. Skip logic has been removed. Test will now fail properly if the database isn't configured. So we're here, checks, we're deploying it. We're using Terraform workspaces to like have different sets of Terraform states per PR. Terraform apply. Oh, we need to do something. Oh, apply. Yeah. And then kind of PR with deploy info. And then do we run these tests? Where do we run these tests at? Oh, I think, okay, please add running the deployed tests to be dependent on the successful PR deploy to dev. And the CI workflow. Yep. Cool. So now we're going to run these tests on as a stage that happens after this PR deploy. So we deploy the PR. Now we want to test the PR or deploy the environment. Now we want to test it and make sure that everything works. So we're adding another workflow. Push, and we're on another compaction. So like this has happened once already. And we had some degradation in between that. I'm not sure if you remember that part. That was a while ago, but I had to remind it and prod it to get towards. There are several different times I had to remind it to be like, hey, use Terraform. Hey, like we want to make this whole thing work. Like I don't care about like only making the end-to-end tests work. Like I want to make the end-to-end tests work to make the whole thing work end-to-end. So yeah, so now we're adding these browser tests for the deployed stage. So what's helpful for running the, like, why have two different sets of tests, right? Why have a local browser and then deployed browser tests? Well, that way, yeah, all right. That way we can like still test locally, still make changes locally, still make sure everything works end to end locally, and it's super quick. There's like different layers to the tests. So with each layer, we get more and more confident in making sure all these changes still work. Making sure the changes that we make still work, and like all these things may like kind of cover each other. It may like overlap a little bit. But it's like increasing levels of kind of predictability, increasing levels of confidence in each of these tests. Sorry, we're just waiting for it to deploy. Okay, so it's turned into like a mega issue. So for this Terraform, we added a route. We added this like apply immediately. VPC subnet changes need this. Deploy is consistent. Now the browser job is running. Cool. Browser EDA test deployed. And looks like it ran and passed. Okay, cool. Great. Awesome. So, all right, I'll add another check, another required, because this is super required too now. So see how like this is the enterprisiness of it all. Deploys PR to Roxas app. So we can see Roxas app. All right, let's get started. All right. Test. Don't save. Cool. So then cool. Great. We're in. I'm logged into my vibe coded app, and all right, yeah, that functionality doesn't work, but cool. Great. Session didn't maintain, but we'll fucking fix that. That's funny. I guess this all this was trained in 2024 versus 2025. But all right, cool. All right. So we can probably call it good. For at least for this PR, and then we can please create a follow-up bead for for maintaining oh no. Okay, yeah. It knows who I am, I guess. Okay. All right, yeah. So if I log out of the dashboard, I can't access the dashboard. It's asking me to log in. Okay, cool. Great. Perfect. Yeah, we have authentication, people. This is exciting. So then, yeah, let's, again, like we have before, or actually, let's add MCP. Let's add Augie MCP. With MCP docs to configure them. Set up. Please set up. So I'm going to tell Codex, since it's my primary reviewer tool, I guess, set up Augie MCP just so I could search the code base easier. What is Gina AI? What is Gina AI? Research Foundation, supercharge. Interesting. I had no idea. Huh. Okay. Sure. I see we have a viewer. How's it going? I think we have a viewer, maybe. Say what's up in the chat. Yeah, right now we are just trying to add Claude MC JSON. Sure for this well, but we're codecs, so that's not gonna work. I guess. I guess continue. Sure. Let it run the Claude for CLI. What? Like, it's taking this very literally, but it's not saying, hey, we need to use it for please install for codecs. Does it even have that? I don't think it does. I think it's going to be disappointed, but okay, cool. MCP. Oops. Augie MCP enabled for SAS enabled auth unsupported. Call Augie MCP to test. Tool access. Okay, great, cool, perfect. All right. Address PR. Okay. Backing up now. We were working on the tool. The tools for the tool, and now we want this to review this PR. Okay, cool. Now it's using Augie to ask it for for information. So that's good. Nice. It's using, yeah, great. It's using this code-based retrieval tool to access the beads, which is, okay, fine. Did it get any other following code retrieved? And since this is such a big PR, let's throw in Gemini in here while we're cooking. Like, since this is such like a consequential, big hairy PR, let's add another reviewer. So we'll have Gemini review once Codex is done reviewing, just so it can incorporate Codex's comments into its own review. So it'll probably take a while, a little bit more for this to go through all the code. Test trigger changes, job dependencies, may not be feasible here. Test trigger. Running tests locally. Cool. Oh, shit. I don't know. If you're wondering what I have in my hands, I have these little, like, just chip type of things. But yeah, we're using Codex to review changes that Claude made. And then we're gonna, have a comment on here and do all kinds of things. Oh, it's thinking through how to use GH, which is cool. It's good. What's up, viewers in the chat? Yeah, this is kind of a big PR because it's adding 1,000 lines. Yeah, and we did a bunch of different stuff within this PR. Added 2 different sets of tests. I mean, both browser-based tests, but then it's browser-based locally and then browser-based on CI. We can see like what it's thinking about adding comments for. All right, so it's reviewing browser test structure, duplication, HTTP test, missing commit, simulation, main flow, and CI overhead. All right, yeah, don't ask me. But yeah, notice these comments took 8 minutes. Yeah, don't ask him. I think I'll change codecs to like automatically run things. Yeah, sure. Down here in my little like, see, does codecs have a little thing? Okay, codecs. Please make codecs, please allow codecs to run all commands except for rm commands. Approvals, full access. Change codecs to findings full It says the quote-unquote full raw journey stops after checking the empty dashboard and logs out. So the steps. Okay, so it's, yeah, checking the steps. Good. Or never exercising the primary flow, only the separate. So it's checking the issue to what actually is happening, which is great, which is what we want. Only the separate sees data. The test that's supposed to cover the entire internet experience still misses Beats core acceptance criteria. It's B comments explicitly called for keeping this integration test lightweight. Playing around with duplicates, mocked router coverage. CI job. It's all without additional bugs. Well, does it add this? Did it add the comment? Okay. We wanted to add true end-to-end browser coverage for on CI, so please resolve comment. And needs justification for liar version. Resolve those series of comments. So it did complain about beat alignment. So one thing was good, like it was like, hey, we didn't add this functionality to the test. But then it was like, hey, wait a second, we didn't like approve of this in the beads. So, which is good. Like it's just saying, all right, this is what the state of the PR is, and then here's the like state of the PR and what we set out to do and how it kind of differs now. Actually, yeah, I need to do full access. Continue. So it can just do stuff while it doesn't need to ask me every single time. It can just figure out how to use the thing. Okay. All right. Let's have Gemini comment. See what it does. Always. Oh, interesting. It has GitHub Actions within here. Huh. We can set up GitHub later. So we're just having Gemini do a once over on this, making sure that it's composing code review comments. Okay. Gemini CLI. Solid. Correct fix. Successful structured. CSS verification check. Checking error return. Improve readability. Okay. Great. All right, so now we'll tell Claude, please address the PR comments. And I guess the one thing I'm looking at here is like, make sure it's like not going to be like, oh yeah, this is totally overblown and we need to scale down the test or something. Like, I don't expect it to do something dumb like that, but oh, and since we've compacted several times, we're it's going through and using tasks now to do tasks. Whatever. I'm kind of tired and a little bit over it, but yeah, that's fine. You can use to-dos as like a lightweight thing. Okay, so it's user not found. Okay, cool. So it's adding, I think, more error checking, which is good. But yeah, this is kind of where it's as you notice, like overall, let me do this a little bit. So, because I usually like lean in or whatever, but like, I don't know. How this worked was we went through like a couple, like one cycle of like one context window, and completely blew through that. And we still are able to keep these on Rails. Sorry, just we're still okay. So we blew through our first context window, and we're like, oh, we need to keep debugging, keep like making this end-to-end thing work. And PR deployed. Okay, all right, it's monitoring a thing. All right, cool. Like we kept wanting to make it work, and we didn't do the clean like land the plane once you're done. Like the scope kind of grew and it exploded a little bit, right? But we were still able to guide it towards making a thing work through various means. So yeah, I feel like this is something that we this is an example of the workflow. Like we blew through the original workflow, but we still kept it on Rails. We still had enough guardrails around it in the CI process and the test driven development process to like keep it on track. So it wasn't, but like if we kind of went outside of the normal like little kind of agents.md process, we were still good because we're solidly on this test driven development process. Okay, cool. So it looks like, yeah, all the tests pass. Oh, good. So test properly fails. It's just not loading correctly. Error handling is supposed to error get you. Okay, great, perfect. Please. Tracked as beads. We have a CSRF exists as browser test error handling. Use a new bead. Tracked. All right, cool. So it's making new beads based off of some of these issues. Cool. Just so we're burning all these tokens, like we're doing all this work, and like waiting around for these like agents to kind of review each other. I just wanted to it created a new bead, it updated a couple other beads. Yeah, cool, great. Let's merge the PR. And notice this is PR 63. So we're I'm very serious about, like, this is the 63rd PR for this repo. Please close bead. Close bead. Okay. Cool. All right. Let me just get her out of that clod. And oh yeah, dang, we are at 71% usage, but weekly usage, all models 8% used. Dang. Yeah, so basically, if we've been going for almost 4 hours, it's almost like a full work week that you have since I've been on this this fancy plan for Claude. Okay, so now one more final test. So this should be getting, yeah, this got torn down. So after every PR, all that infrastructure gets torn down, and deployed share infrastructure. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Deploy to dev. Dev cleanup. Oh, okay. Okay, let's do this. All right, cool. All right. Let's see. Run. Oh, sorry. Get stash. Get clean. Get clean F. Good. Pull. All right. Anyways. Okay. So one thing that came up for me as I was doing this, I was like, oh shit, I'm like showing my entire AWS account to the world. All right, let me set up some guardrails because I don't want to spend a fuck ton of money for people to like spam me and like make me whatever, leave me with a gigantic AWS bill. Anyways, so I'm gonna say please add AWS budget restrictions at the on dev and prod environments. That limit total spending per account to $100 per month. Please use Terraform if possible to keep this in code. Okay, it's using Augie MCP, find Terraform configuration structures. So it's pulling up all this context. Terraform managed AWS, but for dev product. Okay, cool. So it's gonna create budget with. I've never had to do this before, so this is good. This is like an area that I probably need to learn anyway, of like how to keep track of budgets or whatever in AWS. Budgets that would so. Terraform validate, fill, implement budget resource validate passes. Email notifications at 50%, 80%, 100%. Tag appropriately. Okay. I think this is pretty straightforward. Probably don't need multiple agents working, like doing this. I just want to get this done really quick before the world spams me. Create budget. Implement green phase, the actual budget resource. Okay. Notification, 50%. Let's see. Do I see this in AWS? Do I see this in Access Dev? Billing cost management. Budget status, one active budget, nice. Rockstead monthly budget. Cool. Nice. And it will give me an alert, I believe. Yeah, alert 1. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Gotcha. Cool. So budget amount. Okay. And then I think it probably added tags for the budget. Let's see. Tags. Project Roxas. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Great. All right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's waiting for, like, I set up the budget, but then there's something going on with, it's getting tokens. I don't know why. show. Okay. Added 14 changed. So I think it just recreated. Am I recreated the database? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it took 6 minutes to apply that, or 7 minutes, whatever that was. Did it like spin up an entirely new database, like, or RDS database instances? Please fix state Terraform state issue. Basically, now that I have something working, like the end-to-end, like at least login flow, working on PR environments, now I want to make sure it works in prod. All right, so it's going to take a look at prod admin, AWS S3, like the Terraform state in prod, and kind of try to fix it using workspace. Check the backend config. please create a PR changes. One active budget. Alerts. Okay. Cool. Nice. Please merge. Oh. Oh, it's still deploying. So this is enterprise vibe coding where we created this PR and then I said, please merge, because I was like, all right, I reviewed it and I was like, sure, let's merge it. And then it's still like it was like, hey, there's checks pending. We can't merge it yet. So we have to wait for this PR to deploy, which is great. These are guardrails for even humans. Yeah, I think initial deploys of PRs take a decent amount of time. So and yeah, I want to make sure that whatever we deploy to prod, like whatever works in PRs, I think that'll be the next kind of thing I take on, is like after this budget thing, because this was whatever bugging me, because I was like, all right, I'm literally live streaming this to the world. I'm live streaming my AWS account, my infrastructure and all that kind of stuff. Anybody can attack my app. I'm open sourcing it, literally open sourcing it, such that anybody can look at it and be like, oh, I can do this or whatever to make whatever, to DDoS my app or whatever, right? So I set up AWS budgets to kind of make things work, or just to kind of alert me as to if anything does happen. Of course, this is taking me down the rabbit hole of like, all right, and now I need like a short circuit type of thing. I need a circuit breaker kind of pattern. Yeah, sure. because I guess the last thing I want is a gigantic AWS bill. That's what I want to optimize against. All right, great. Now that it output here. So yeah, the first Lambda deploy takes 5 minutes, which is okay. Not bad. Please add a circuit breaker pattern circuit breaker pattern where if budget exceeds 2x, it takes the site down. AWS budget actions. Nice. Automatically disable the Lambda when spending exceeds 200%. Cool. So it'll add EC2 Lambda at 200%. Nice. Again, this could be a very good thing. Like if it whatever blows up and gives it the hug of death or whatever, but denies all action. SCP, service control policy. Cool. Security group rule, RDS from the cleanup. Yeah, the weird thing with Terraform and like wanting to like make everything go through CI/CD is there's always going to be things that you kind of have to apply from your laptop, because how do you apply the Terraform to apply the Terraform, right? How do you make the thing that makes the Terraform? Kind of makes sense, right? Like, I'm a little bit delirious right now, but so there, it's not always going to be like a perfect mapping, or like not always going to be a perfect thing that perfect system that where everything always goes through a PR or whatever. All right, circuit breaker deployed to both dev and prod, triggers that for all rigs. Okay, great. Perfect. That makes me sleep at night better. This setting a maximum amount that I'm going to spend, which is great. Since this is like a critical thing, let's Cortex. Oops. Or Codex. Let's review PR and comment. This is a much smaller PR. Oh, 200 lines of code. So hopefully the review goes quicker. And it's using Augie. Hey. Main application instructions repository key. Nice. Ooh, no workloads are ever denied and runaway spell continue abated. Ah, okay. Nice. Nice catch, Codex. Good. This is, yeah, this is good. Budget emails defaults, yeah, every note. Cool, great. Please I'll have this review its own PR too. Oh. The budget service. Okay, yeah. So Claude said the same thing. Good. anyways, doing this, overall, we saw that context can explode, and kind of the next, whatever, we can still keep agents on track, even if we're outside of our normal like context loop. We are now setting budgets in place so I don't go broke. And a circuit breaker pattern that will actually turn things off if whatever, something goes horribly wrong. And yeah, so anyways, that's all I got today. I'm gonna leave the outro or intro up, and yeah, thanks for watching.